for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call.
Mr. Bustamante,
Here.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Present.
Ms. Hernandez, Mr. Rodriguez,
Here.
Ms. Quintero.
Present. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Bustamante,
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Aye.
Mrs. Quintero,
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Have any governing board comments? I'm sure you all do. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Ms. Quintero. Good evening. We've had a busy week, and it's neat to be around the district and see all the beautiful things that are happening in our district. First of all, I'd like to start by commending our district staff from top to bottom. The food services, the custodial, the monitors, the maintenance personnel, TPD, our security staff, and most of all, the principals that were involved were pulling off some of the best graduation ceremonies I've ever been a part of. Mr. Ricky Torres at Star, Angelica Dedelson at Desert View, and Stephanie Ponce at Sunnyside High School. Incredible night. And I mean, it was emotional to be on that stage with such an audience that was so attentive. The crowd was amazing. The students were just first class. So it was really good. And like I told them, looking for more in 2024. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jaramillo?
Well, ditto to what Mr. Rodriguez said. I mean, it was simply amazing, the graduations that took place. And again, kudos to all that were involved there that evening. And kudos to the girls that weren't able to wear high heels, but they got pretty creative with their shoes, so that was impressive. And no complaints from them, which was pretty nice. Last weekend, we had the Gunny Barrera Park grand opening. I'm sure you're going to have a presentation on that. And that went really well. It's really nice to see something being done for the children in our community.
Yes.
And the parents, to give the parents a break when they take them to the park. But simply, it's just been a great last 2 weeks. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bustamante?
Well, I think it was a great honor to shake the hand of all those graduates at the ceremonies. You know, it's a high inspiration to see these kids walk up there and actually say, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am." They're so polite. But the main thing is that it ain't over yet. We got a graduation coming on the 26th of this month, and we still got 2024.
Yep. Thank you. And I all got yelled at for hugging all of my teachers. But it was great. It was so awesome. And the amazing thing is $31 million in scholarships was simply fantastic. And what an accomplishment to the teachers who worked so hard with our students and everybody, actually. Everybody you mentioned and everybody. And it was super great. And so was the people who put it all together. It was amazing. Thank you. It was great. Superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President Quintero, members of the board, members of the audience. It's my pleasure to read this superintendent's report. A lot going on, and I'm going to start with the grand opening of the new park. This past Saturday, we celebrated the grand reopening of the Command Sergeant Major Martin R. Gunny Barreras Memorial Park. Thank you to the City of Tucson, Mayor Regina Romero, Ward 5 Council Member Richard Fimbres, Tucson Waters, Storm to Shade, and Tucson Parks and Recreation for this beautiful, safe, and enjoyable outdoor space for our community to enjoy. The park features a variety of new amenities, including a storm to shade green infrastructure. I'm going to read off just some of the amenities because it won't do it any justice. You're going to have to go take a visit to this amazing new park. So there's renovation of the existing track surface, a new walking path, renovation of the irrigation system, expansion and renovation of the on-site parking, which I know our softball parents are going to definitely enjoy. Reorienting the park entrance of South Campbell, renovation of existing restrooms and new restrooms, a new playground with shade, a new ramada, new LED lighting of the football field and softball fields, converting 2 basketball courts to 3 pickleball courts, and there's still basketball courts there as well, new outdoor fitness equipment court, and then, of course, the splash pad. The Gunny Barreras Park carries the namesake of a Sunnyside High School alumni, Command Sergeant Major Martin R. Barreras, a decorated career military man who followed the path of service and leadership. And as Mr. Jaramillo alluded to, it's about, I'm going to be respectful, but it's about time we get something like that, on here on our side of town. We used to have to drive across the city to enjoy a splash pad, and so I'm glad that the city of Tucson did this. We thank them, and our families and our students and kids deserve it. So thank you very much for that great park there. So Sunnyside High School Girls Basketball Camp. Sunnyside High School Girls Basketball team hosted the second annual basketball camp for student athletes in the community. The participants were able to learn the necessary skills, conditions, and enjoy playing in the Sunnyside gym. Sunnyside Wrestling Signing Event. The Sunnyside High School Wrestling team added 2 more names to the long list of student athletes moving on to a collegiate level wrestling. Mike Avalar is headed to the Air Force Academy, and James Armstrong is headed to Grandview University in the fall. Avalar wrestled at 165 pounds and was a repeat title winner this year, and Armstrong wrestled at 120 pounds and is a 4-time state champion. Celebrating the class of 2023. So we had amazing graduation ceremonies, as the board mentioned. This year we have a lot to celebrate for the graduating class of 2023. Desiree and Sunnyside High School both set record-breaking scholarships earned. Combined, both schools hold scholarship earnings totaling approximately $31 million. I'd like to thank all the families who were able to join us to celebrate the accomplishments of these outstanding graduates and the amazing speakers that shared personal stories of triumphs and tribulations. If you haven't had a chance to listen to the speech given by Sunnyside High School's senior class president, Hakima Abdul Kadir, head to our district Facebook page to listen to this amazing young lady deliver a heartfelt speech that has gone viral with over 16,000 views and counting on social media. The Boys and Girls Club 2023 Arizona Youth of the Year recipient. Sunnyside High School's graduate Hakima Abdul Kadir has won the statewide Youth of the Year competition after taking the title here locally in Tucson. Hakima will represent Arizona in the regional competition. This marks the first time in over a decade that a Tucson member has gone on to win state. Youth of the Year is a national competition created by the Boys and Girls Club of America. We wish Hakima and all the best in the regional competition, although she is already a superstar in our book. Also, we'd like to pay tribute to Joshua E. Lucero. Today, we pay tribute to a true hero, Joshua Lucero, a valiant Marine who made the ultimate sacrifice while serving his country. As we reflect on his remarkable life and courageous service in the Marines, we remember him not only as a fallen warrior, but also a beloved member of our school district. Lance Corporal Joshua E. Lucero graduated from Sunnyside High School in 2003, and within a month of his high school graduation, he was in boot camp. He was later assigned to the 2nd Combat Engineer Battalion, 2nd Marine Division at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. His deployment was with the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force in June 2004. Joshua was killed in battle in November of 2004. He was just 19 years old. His father was quoted in an article saying when he first saw Joshua in uniform, he knew his son had found what he had wanted to do because he had a great, big, huge smile on his face. Today, we salute Joshua, a shining example of bravery, honor, and sacrifice. On the heels of Memorial Day, Joshua's willingness to lay down his life for the greater good serves as a profound reminder of the debt we owe those who defend our liberties. Let us forever remember Joshua's selfless act and noble service. I thank his parents, Mike and Tina Lucero, and all of those here today that also knew Joshua for joining us to honor his legacy. Please join me in a moment of silence to honor Lance Corporal Joshua E. Lucero. Thank you. That concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Do we have any call to the audience? No. Can I have a motion for consent agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda items as submitted, items 3B through 3 blank. 3, oh,
Do you have a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Mr. Bustamante,
Yes.
Ms. Hernandez. Mr. Jaramillo,
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Ted, yes.
Mrs. Quintero.
Aye. General functions?
Recognition. Recognition.
Oh, sorry. It's like, I'm so sorry. Recognitions. I'll step down.
Easier than I thought. Okay, so thanks for being here tonight. We're here to recognize our amazing food services department. So recently, the Arizona Department of Education's Health and Nutrition Services Division completed the administrative review report for our district. This review summarizes all findings noted during the administrative review of the National School Lunch Program, School Breakfast Program, After School Snack Program, and Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program that was conducted just this past April. Anyone who has ever worked with our Director of Food Services, John Oakley, can attest to his dedication to serving our students and his attention to detail. Today, we want to highlight the excellent work of our Food Services Department for completing this intensive review process with 0 findings in over 20 performance standard areas Mr. Oakley and his team were evaluated on. Mr. Oakley is the ultimate professional and also enjoys giving back to the Sunnyside community. For many years, he has run a financially stable food service program that not only provides nutritious meals for our students, but also equips our school kitchens and cafeterias with up-to-date equipment and furniture. In addition, each summer, his department takes the initiative to enhance the school cafeteria by incorporating school branding, further demonstrating his department's dedication to creating an exceptional environment for our students. So I have a few certificates up here if you want to come up as I call your name to get them. So we'll start with Paulina Pesqueira. And next up, we have Joel Martinez. And next, Candy Camlott. Paulina, if you want to come back for a picture, you want to just hang out here, Joel, so we can take a picture afterwards. And then last but not least, I'd like to call up Mr. John Oakley. So at this time, we'd like to invite Mr. Oakley if he'd like to say a few words.
Thank you, Maricela, for putting me on the spot. I would like to thank the board, school administration for the recognition. The food service audit was basically site visits at four of our schools and over 6,600 pages of documents that were accumulated and sent to ADE for their review. It's very uncommon for a district of our size to have 0 findings, so it was a really big accomplishment for us, and I appreciate the district recognizing that. It was a true team effort. I want to thank for folks that aren't here because of the size of the audit and just the intensity of it. Had help from the 4 sites, obviously the cafeteria staff, but also the school administration working with the principals right by our sides to make sure everything was perfect as it came out in the end. We couldn't have done it without the site staff. And then the other parts of the audit outside of food service dealt with food service purchasing and procurement, which is why I wanted to make sure Joel got recognition for his work on that. And then in finance, Brenda Maloney, who also helped me out with her portion, or I would have been lost without her on that. So just again, thank you to the board and district administration for recognizing us for a 0 finding audit. Thank you.
I also have a certificate up here for Miss Brenda Maloney if you want to come up. I hadn't spotted you until I was up here standing, so. Give that for her. And there are also a few more members from your department that couldn't make it today, but I want to make sure we call their names, which are Clarissa Martinez, Karen, how do you pronounce that? Belknap, Ana Ramos, Maria Moctezuma, Alma Sayad, Briselda Garcia, and that's the end of our list. So I don't know if anybody has anything else to say.
You know, I just want to reiterate some of the words that Mr. Oakley mentioned, and thank his team. But, in terms of the work that Mr. Oakley displays on a daily basis, I've never met somebody so thorough and so effective in everything he does. And so, he takes it very personal in terms of making sure that our kids are taken care of. And so, just in the last couple of weeks with all the events going on throughout the district, you have 21 schools, you have 3 graduations, you got senior breakfasts, you got senior dinners, not to mention some of the other events that are going on. I know they're working around the clock to make sure that these events are set up, and then, the quality of food is pretty darn good too. So just wanted to mention that. But I am a little disappointed because I thought we were going to have like some tasting things set up here. No, I'm kidding. I'm only kidding, Mr. Oakley. But I want to thank him and his team, and as Maricela mentioned already, if you go into some of our cafeterias and teachers' lounges, take a look around. I mean, the tables have logos of the mascots of the schools. A lot of them have been redone, and I'm talking flooring redone, paint, those fat heads on the walls of our school mascots. I mean, so we definitely appreciate, him taking care of our schools because, kids pay attention to those things. Employees pay attention to those things, attention to those little details. And so, I truly appreciate that. And so on behalf of the board, we want to thank you for all you do. Thank you very much.
Pretty common.
Going on. General functions? No general functions? I couldn't see it. I do too. That's right, crazy. Certified teacher evaluations, 2023-2024. Thought Shane was going to present. It's like certified teacher evaluation school year 2023-2024. Who gets to do that one?
I'll do the handout. Good evening, President Quintero, Governing Board, Superintendent Gastelum. Happy to have Mary Montaño leading the presentation with her backup Ana Gallegos at any moment needed there. But we appreciate that Mary stepped in her first year coming to Central, but because of all the additional turf also had to really step in and own with that committee the changes in the evaluation. And so to give her a chance to share with you the changes in the evaluation and the 301 piece, I will hand it to Mary.
Thank you, Ms. Benton. Good evening, President Quintero, Superintendent Gastelum, board members and members in the audience. I'm going to go over the 3 recommendations of the teacher evaluation tool with you today. Want to, first of all, thank our committee. There it goes. Thank you. The 3 recommendations include the teacher certified rubric, the classroom site fund, and then the teacher evaluation handbook. These are our fantastic committee members comprised of teachers at all levels and some principals from all levels as well. And then Ms. Ana Gallegos and myself are facilitators of the group. We are not we don't vote, we just facilitate, okay? I want to start with the certified teacher rubric. Want to share the summary of changes. So we invited Ms. Pam Benton to come and talk with the committee around the coherence framework so that they would know what we were focusing on in terms of refinements. I wanted to really remove as much subjectivity as we possibly could from an individual practice and really focus on what is our true north, what is our focus, what are the strategies that we as a district are saying are ways that we want to improve teaching and learning. And so she came and she presented on the coherence framework. So we made some alignments to that. And then we also focused on one of our main strategies being the formative assessment practices in eliciting evidence. So what does that look like? What's the behavior that students are overtly showing when they're learning? And then thinking explicitly around their role and how they are engaged at the time of the lesson. There are 4 domains in the rubric, and so what I have listed for you here are explicit changes made in each domain. So the first one is demonstrate knowledge of students. We put in that we wanted to make sure teachers were using district-adopted curriculum because that impacts a student's educational life. For example, if they come to an elementary school where 6th grade is at the elementary school, it is expected that they would use 6th grade district adopted curriculum because that's going to see them through 7th and 8th when they leave an elementary school. And then we also added language around special populations, that being our English language learners, our gifted, our special education. With the help of Mr. Vito, his position, his eyes on that are some refinements that we made specifically to that domain when we talk about demonstrating knowledge of students. In terms of classroom culture and student relationships, we really wanted to make sure that we led with teacher creating opportunities for students to engage in collaborative conversations and be able to self-reflect. And so we wanted to bring to the forefront that we know that kids learn best when they can collaborate with one another, when they have a set, maybe an essential question or a task that allows them to interact. We wanted to bring that to the forefront of that part of the rubric. The third for instruction was specifically around formative assessment practices and eliciting evidence in real time of learning. So we want to move away from waiting till the end of a lesson to see if kids learned. We want to collect that in real time. And so formative assessment practices call out eliciting evidence as learning is happening. Again, calling out what does that look like? If a student is learning, we're going to hear them say something, we're going to see them do something. And then alignment to grade level standards. So we know that our students have challenges, especially when those that are acquiring a second language. Their learning and their progression look different, but we wanted to really call out that we are going to teach third graders third grade standards and then provide scaffolds accordingly. And then last, for domain 4, we called out engaging in professional learning because earlier in the month, we made some changes to the 301 site fund and we moved a substantial amount of money, Exhibit G, what used to be Exhibit G for professional learning, we moved that onto the base salary. You did that for teachers. And so this part of the rubric calls out how they engage in continued professional learning. Exhibit G money's moved, but professional learning remains on the rubric. And so we called out the need to engage at a site level, district level learning to propel the execution of pedagogy. So those are specific and explicit changes that we made to the rubric. I'm going to move to the second recommendation unless you want to talk about the first one, or we can go on to the second one.
Questions? Ms. Hernandez?
I just have a question. How does the rubric that you're working on work with the new grading system that we implemented?
So the teachers, when they're evaluated, they're all evaluated on a certified teacher rubric. And so the rubric are all behaviors that a qualified evaluator is specifically looking for in the execution of learning. When the grading for middle school to high school comes into play, it plays a role in that they're eliciting evidence of learning, but at some point they also take end of unit assessments, they take quizzes, etc. Right? So levels of learning still plays in, but it's not directly tied to a teacher's performance. It's not a direct connection.
I was just curious because I know that one of the big reasons why we shifted the grading system was to prioritize understanding the content versus just a grade level. So I was just curious how it worked. Thank you.
So the alignment to that would be that the teacher is very aware of how we elicit learning, students learning in real time, and that a grade then would reflect all the evidence they've collected during the lesson, during the entire semester of learning, during the entire grade period, that it wouldn't come to just one assessment at the end, that they're eliciting evidence all the time.
Thank you.
Okay. So the Classroom Site Fund, the 301 proposal, as you know, legislation changed a few years back, giving us the district, we could determine the amount of the pay for performance. So we are proposing that for the next school year, $2,000 be allocated for that, again, because Exhibit G monies were removed and put onto the base salary. It'd be 2,000. It would be in two parts. So part A would be tied to the teacher evaluation rubric. So those teachers that fall under highly effective and effective would get 1,700, and then developing classifications would be 1,020, and that payment would be in June 2024. And then the part B would be the student growth portion. And so for the first time, we are proposing that we use student surveys, really measuring agentic behaviors. And what that means is that is a direct correlation to our coherence framework. We're saying in a rubric, we want learning to look different for students. So we want their input. We want to know, how do you feel about your learning at the beginning of the school year? And how do you feel about it at the end, at the end of third quarter? We would measure that like we do. We had Hans Schott come and talk with the committee about how would we measure the growth, and so he talked with us around offering a point system to each question at the end, being able to compare beginning to the end, and then sticking to the growth or no growth at a district level. We would be able to provide schools and individual teachers information on their own results, but they wouldn't be paid accordingly. They would be paid on a district growth or no growth measurement. And then that payment would be 300, and that would also be in June of 2023. Part of the reason that we moved to that is because Ms. Walter came and reported to the committee that it would really be more fiscally responsible of us to pay everything out in the same school year and not wait till July. And so that was part of the reason for the change. Any questions on the pay for performance? The vote was eligible. We got 71% as of last week. Just checked about 4 p.m. and we got to 73%. So 70% being the threshold, and so and 94 were in the affirmative for doing that. And then lastly is just the handbook with all of those updates. In terms of adding the coherence framework language, it was the committee's opinion that so many of them didn't even know really how the coherence framework worked in the evaluation, and they really felt that it was important for all certified staff to be aware on our reasoning for making the changes to the rubric that we made. And then additionally, updating 301, calling it Exhibit C, and then Exhibit G being removed because that was no longer exists because we put that money onto the base salary. So again, just to sum up the recommendations for the approval of those 3 items. Questions?
Looks like we're good.
Thank you.
Oh, you have a comment? Okay. Ms. Hernandez.
I just want to say thank you. I think it's awesome that our district involves staff at each level and different school sites. I think that is very telling of like the leadership that we have, and I'm really excited to have you there.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you. School and community safety updates.
This one's an action item, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we supposed to have a motion? Did you want to make a motion?
Oh, yeah. I'd like to make a motion to approve the Certified Teacher Evaluation Rubric, Certified Evaluation Handbook, 301 Classroom Site Fund for the 2023-2024 school year.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Bustamante?
Yes.
Ms. Hernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Jaramillo?
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Quintero?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now our school and community safety update. I know.
Good afternoon, President Quintero, board members, superintendent. So I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Powell and Lieutenant Albert Baca, who will be giving you an update on school and community safety updates. Thank you. Help too, and they have reinforcements just in case.
Well, good evening, Ms. Quintero, President, and members of the board, and Mr. Castello. Thanks for this opportunity, guys, for me to report again. You guys seem like you want to me to speak to you guys every couple of months, which I'm really honored to do. So thank you. This whole actually, if you have just my my beginning front page of my PowerPoint. All right, and then you can go to the second page, please. The when I was going through, this is just our. I always like to promote this so the public can see this. I want everyone to see this. This is our email for my security department. They can always email me. I'm at the security at susd12. Okay. Oh, thank you. .org. You guys email me. Ms. Cotero emails me all the time. You can use this email also. It gets to myself. It gets to my assistants, and everyone sees it. It's probably the best way to communicate with my department. And then our 24-hour number, 7 days a week, the whole year, we have someone assigned to answer our 4444 24 line. And that's open for the community too. We do have community members calling us and saying, hey, the alarm's on, turn it off. And so it's a good way to communicate with, it's the best way to communicate with my department. I was reading through Mr. Castellum's goals for the year, and this one kind of applied to me the most. It stuck out. And as I was reading through Goal 3, I saw that the one word that really stuck out to me was framework on the second paragraph. And the implementation of a framework, and I was thinking, well, that's what we need to do. Is I need to build this security department both physically and with my staff and everything, so we can meet these goals of having a safe community, a safe environment for the students, and also for to have that well-being that everyone's can feel vulnerable and learn, and you don't have to worry about their security, that it's taken care of. Over the summer, we had a town hall. We had a community town hall in reference to the Texas Uvalde tragedy. We kind of wanted to address that and let the community know how we were, what we do as a district. And from that, we learned a lot. I got a lot of input from the community, both online and there at this place. And this is kind of what we learned. We learned that our guard shacks were kind of weak, which they were. They were sloppy. So we were gonna clean that up. So we were gonna be guard shack protocols. We had open gates on campuses, whether we left them open or they were just they were closed from behind, both at our middle schools and our high schools mainly. We had unstaffed front offices. We'd have family members come into our front offices, open the front door, and there would be no one there to greet them. Those were things that we were getting complaints from. Our elementary schools needed more attention for a lot of different areas, and one of the areas was just the pedestrian management. Like when someone comes on campus, there was a lot of we had a lot of holes. We could walk straight to the playgrounds, we could walk at the cafeterias, we could walk down hallways, but now we had to clean it all up, so our pedestrian management, that the only place that they can enter is through that front office. And so we really cleaned that up with fencing and stuff we'll show you. We just had a lot of unlocked buildings and classrooms, especially our exterior doors, the old rocks in the doors, those wedges people were using. They're doing out of convenience things, and so those were soft points that we had to fix. Badges, and our badges we were just stopped using them, where people would have them on them, but they weren't displaying them. And our security monitors, all the monitors that we have in our yellow vests and stuff, a lot of them didn't have assigned duties or really expectations or any kind of job descriptions on campus. They were just kind of floating around, just doing their thing. So those were a lot of our weaknesses that we found from that town hall. What we did to fix that, we did the new fencing and management. We did several schools, Esperanza and Elvira and Liberty and Craycroft, and all of these schools got new fencing. Our most significant one was Sierra, the Del Moral gates all the way down. They finally closed that campus off. We also guard shack protocols. Any of you guys been to Sunnyside High School now? Dr. Morado and those guys, they closed the gates and they put all visitor parking across the street. And so that really locked that campus down. Better guard check protocols there. We asked for IDs for everyone, employees and for parents and for all visitors. Can I see your driver's license? And they write the name down. So just better management of the visitor management. Accountability with a lot of open gates. You should see I get emails every night from my security when they do their rounds. We take a picture of the open gate that's left open on campus. That picture is sent to me, and I usually forward it to the principals, and I say, look, your gate was left open. Because if they don't know it, they don't know it. So now they can figure out why it was left open, who left it open, if it was a coach, a custodian, someone late, so they can figure it out and make, so holding them accountable for their open gates on campus. And then just the training and mindset of our staff and community is probably the hardest part, is changing that cultural, traditional behavior and our normalizing our new way. Like, this is the new way. And kind of normalizing that from 50 years of tradition. And like an example would be the Mission Manor's open playground in the morning. It used to be this big coffee meeting with all the parents. They would go on the playground with the kids and wait for the first bell. We don't let parents on playgrounds anymore in the morning. It's just the new way, and so it's just normalizing that and getting through that. And then the other thing that we have that is my biggest challenge is just the human error, the complacency. We're still going to have open gates. We're still going to have doors and stuff. That just is going to happen because people just drop their guard, or they think it's too easy, or the easier way is just to lock the door. I'm just going to route to my car and back. Or I'll get groundskeepers who will come in, drive their truck, and go pick up something. They won't get out of the truck and lock the gate, and then they'll swing back around 10 minutes later and then close it, instead of closing the gate every time. So those are just little challenges I'm going to have, that we're going to always have. Just to see some of the fencing, that's the Sierra fence. It's beautiful. It looks awesome. It finally closes. That was the last campus that we had that didn't have an open, it wasn't closed. These are some of the pedestrian gates that we put in. These gates aren't designed to prevent people for this. It's just a flow, right? It's like, this is going to make it's easier to walk the other direction and go through the front door. They would really have to take an effort to try to jump these things. These are our teller windows we've put in. I put teller windows at Los Niños, Esperanza, Los Amigos, and Sierra. And so these windows are great, where it has the parents that they can go to the teller window, give all their information at the window without having access to the school. Before, they would have to go through the door, and they're already in the campus. So it's kind of like defeating the purpose that we were letting them in without knowing who they were. Now we identify them at the teller window. It's kind of like a guard shack at the elementaries. And once the guard shack is, once they get through, they're vetted, then they can come in and go see their kid in the classroom and volunteer, or pick up their kid at the nurse's office or whatever. So it's been really nice for that. Last but not least, and this is the one part that's hardest to control. All those other things, cameras and gates and guard shacks and all that stuff, is we can build and we can spend as much money as we want. But what we really need is my main focus, especially this year and last year, and this year and next year, I should say, is the training. We don't have retired military guys or retired law enforcement and people with security and weapons training stuff. We hire our community. We hire our grandfathers and our mothers and our cousins and stuff. And these are guys who are just our alumni and people who need jobs, and they're thankful to be working with us and having benefits and having a steady job. And so we really train these people and have to train them with the security mindset and help them understand. And so I really push these. These are some of the little sayings I would kind of want to share with you guys. I hope you've heard them, because I really push these a lot. Because this is what I think this is how it changes our mindset, changes our community, if we're all speaking the same language. We don't make a school issue a police issue. That's a quote that we really want. We don't want to push stuff off the law enforcement. Just when we have our own student matrix and discipline that we can handle. We don't, just because the kids are fighting, technically they could get arrested, but we handle it. We can handle that. It's not a mandatory report. We're not in the business of arresting kids. That's something I'll say a lot. I say that to law enforcement a lot. When an officer comes on campus, going to take a report, I say, hey, just remember, we're not in the business of arresting children. Try to give them that little hint to say, hey, let's take it easy on the kids. Let's do a good investigation, and it's not just try to arrest arrest your way out of it type thing. Security is not convenient. A lot of these gates and stuff we put in, principals have had to change their flow. Well, that's the way we take the kids to the cafeteria. Well, not anymore. You got to take them around the other way, and maybe a little bit longer. Well, they're going to walk down this hallway. Sorry, we're going to have to. Your flow is going to be different, because we're going to have to keep kids safe and separated from parking lots and from areas. And then security requires that shared ownership. This is one of Mr. Gastelum's ones he always says, and it's true. And that the shared ownership is that everyone's responsible for security. I have probably one of the. I have an important job, but it's a shared job. You know, I don't know how to be a principal and do all their evaluations and do all their things, but they sure have to know how to do my security. So it's like, I can't do your job, but you have to do my job type of attitude, and I really push that a lot. And so it is a shared mindset, and it's not just with its community, it's with the students. The students have to have that shared ownership, and our parents and community have to have that shared ownership too. And then that security mindset. The easiest way, I keep saying that over and over again, I just say if everyone treated the school districts like they treated their home, nobody leaves their house unlocked when they leave. Nobody leaves a garage door open when they leave. Heck, nobody leaves windows open. No one leaves the lights on, right? I mean, it's just like, so if they had that mindset of how they keep their home secure and their family secure, if they just applied that to their schools, we'd be fine. Everybody would lock the door behind them and close the gate behind them. Everybody wouldn't feel like they had the right just to walk in. They would knock, they present themselves, they would introduce themselves. So that's the mindset I just really want to push, that this is our home, everyone's a guest. We just need to take care of our home. The awareness without causing concern is another big one that we've had. I wanted to this awareness is that we have a lot of these like really kind of like these hoax threats on social media and stuff. We get these sensational headlines out of Chicago and all these other. I think there's a fine line between us being aware of what's going on and being educated on how we do our security and how we handle these threats without causing too much concern that our schools are not safe. Our schools are very safe. It's the safest place your children can be during the day. I'll say that, and I'll die on the hill on that, is that more children get hurt and have injuries and are in trouble and are not safe in their own homes. More firearm accidents, more drownings, more poisonings, all that stuff happens in the home more than it will ever happen in our schools. And so the safest place for our children to be are in school, getting an education with hundreds of adults taking care of them. And I think that's where we have to raise that awareness. We're going to be safe. We have the awareness that, yeah, we're going to stay safe, but we're not going to cause a concern that our schools are not safe by doing all these things. That makes sense. My big push next year is just going to be this violence prevention threat assessment training. I'm really going to push this and try to get all of our administrators, all of our my security, anyone who's involved in any kind of threat assessment. It's any threat assessment for against our buildings or our schools, for any kind of school shootings or anything of that matter, where we put a team together which will comprise of security, administration, it'll comprise of law enforcement, mental health, and they will evaluate these threats at all levels and find out if they're viable or non-viable, and that we can treat them accordingly. And then we're not just doing like a zero tolerance type thing, that we're actually going to have a checklist type thing. This training is going to be a whole year training. It's a big undertaking I want to take and apply to. I'm going to have help with TPD and the Sheriff's Department, and we'll just so that you have more questions on the threat assessment, let me know. I honestly believe if our threat assessment was perfect, we could take down all the fences in our schools. I mean, that's how successful we could be with this, catching things way in the front end. All those red flags, we catch them immediately, and we resolve them, and we wouldn't have any problems. And it just, this is where we have the community involvement too. That's where we have the AWARE teams, the LPK and SAY, the other higher ground. Those things of that nature will all be involved in this too, to help us at the end of it when we do have a problem, that we can get the kids or the adults or whoever, get them the proper training that they need and education they need on the back end too. We're not just just slapping their hands.
Ms. Hernandez has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question on this topic. So there's so many different levels of security, and you just went over a few of them. One of my concerns is the rise in mental health crises in our schools. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if this is your realm. Feel free to tell me it's not. I'm just curious, because I remember when I went to Sunnyside schools, the most interactions that I ever even had were with our security because they were everywhere. And they were the ones who knew your name, who asked you if everything was okay. Unfortunately, that they take on more responsibility than they should and are trained to do. But as far as identifying students who are having crises, what role do they play, does security play in identifying or sending referrals to the teams and partners that were just mentioned? How does that work?
Yeah.
And it's okay if you're developing it. That's one of the concerns.
No, I think that our yeah, sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
So in my position, the mental health is an arm of what we do as security. We have to address mental health all the time. I mean, for harm of others and the harm of themselves. That's kind of what we look for. Our guys are trained on different levels of things. We're trained on de-escalation. We're trained on boundaries, and we're trained on the mental health awareness. And they know that there are counselors on campuses that they can use. They know that there's aware teams, and they also have the help of their administration. I always tell the monitors to stay in their lane. They're not these kids' friends. They're supposed to be their mentors and that they can always refer out to other things. So if the kids are, and they have those resources to help the kids and listen to them, but then also be able to hand them off, because they're not a counselor. My monitors, we're not psychiatrists. We're not even law enforcement and all that. We hand that stuff off. We will. It's kind of like the mandatory reporting type thing, that we're not investigators. We're just reporters. And so I push that too. That you guys, we're not investigating and diving into these kids' lives as a security team. We have other resources in our district that can do that.
Yeah. And if I can add just a little bit to that, I think you make a great point, Ms. Hernandez, in terms of we have a lot of students on our campuses that have a deep trust in our monitors, and sometimes we find out information, safe and orderly information from a lot of our students, right? Because they have special relationships with the monitors. They trust them, and you're right, they see them on a daily basis and they know them by names. We try to train our sites. We have a referral process that involves, we call it our Los Ranchitos Opportunity Center, where we have a lot of different resources. We have our aware team that deals with mental health services. We have LPKNC. We have social workers, case managers, McKinney Vento, just to name a few. And so what's appropriate for the monitors, they're not experts in everything, but when they get that key piece of information, knowing where to go with it and getting that student the appropriate support they need. And so, I know a lot of them, when I was a principal on a campus, the monitors would come to me, they'd go to an assistant principal and say, hey, I have a student, they just told me this, they just told me that they're dealing with a crisis at home, they lost somebody, so there are a lot of that happens on our campuses. A lot of that happens, especially more probably at the middle and high school level. But also, you'd be surprised, our elementary students open up, as well for support. So, yeah, I think our security monitors wear a lot of different hats, when it comes to serving our students, and they got to make decisions on the fly and make them on the spot, and they have to make good decisions. So all this training, does definitely come into play, and a lot of the, and I know he'll probably get to this, is the safe and orderly meetings that our team has. We play out these scenarios, we use different case studies in terms of what happens in this scenario, and you'll have 5 different answers depending on which table's responding. So there's not one way of addressing some of these issues, but just wanted to add that on to answer your question.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to segue into the safe and orderly. We do safe and orderly meetings about 6 times a year. We have all the assistant principals, AIs, and ABSs. They all come in from all the levels, all 3 levels. And what's great is that in these meetings, I can push out some needed training, like the trends training that we need to do, whether certain topics are popping up, like fentanyl or narcon or the vaping, or what we're doing with all these things. But that team also is comprises our discipline matrix team. So we're bringing these new issues to houses, so now we can talk about it. So maybe we need to make an adjustment to our discipline matrix and make suggestions to change our handbook a little bit, because maybe things are not fair, or we're making sure that all the schools are using the handbook the same way, that it's a united, uniformed, piece. So that's nice to have. We go over the mandatory reporting all the time, make sure that our mandatory reporting is on, and that's where we probably go over that every single time, making sure that that's squared away and keeping our kiddos safe at their homes. We talk about the lockdown trainings and the fire drills and things too. With the hot topics and the tabletop training, like we run these scenarios. What I love about I'll do is we'll sign principals, and we'll just say, hey, we'll get a principal, I'll get a high school principal, a middle school principal, or assistant principals, and we'll say, hey, I need a drug topic here, and I need a mandatory topic here, and I have them write their own scenarios, and they're bringing their real life scenarios that they've had on their campuses. We don't have to make up anything, and then they bring and they share what happened to them, and then we walk through it. What do you do? What did you do here? How did you handle this? What matrix? Look it through. How did you call the parents? What was your dialogue? And we talk all about that stuff, which is super important. So that's that shared responsibility of training level, is that we are training each other. They're just not relying on me or Ms. Gallegos to like always come in there and be the boss. These guys they're all training each other, and we're having this big group forum, which is really a great way to learn. And so and then we just start writing those standard operation procedures. We had a while back. We had a slew of kids getting on the wrong bus. So we were like 3 or 4 of them, and it was. So we stopped. We came in here meeting, and we just said, "This is what we do when we don't know exactly where a kid is." And we went down this line, the procedures. And what was so great is after we gave that training and gave a standard operation, this is the standard operation. We search the campus, we do this, we call 911, we get a hold of the parent. Like not within a week later, Drexel had we were like, where's this located? And when I say we're missing kids, I'm talking like, it's like 10 minutes. It's like a 10-minute panic, and then we find them. So I don't want to like raise any concerns here. But it was right nice, because then I had the Drexel principal. She goes, yeah, I'm so glad we had that training, because I just pulled it out and I went right down the list, and it was like so calming. And so those are nice things that we do to help with the safety and security of kids, is that we're developing there.
Ms. Hernandez has one more question.
Oh, yes.
For the hot topics one, and you might get to this later.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Because fentanyl is a hot topic issue everywhere, I think that I had seen somewhere that we did a Narcan training. Is that something that we're going to be doing yearly?
Yeah, okay. Absolutely. So we do Narcan training every year. They expire, so we have to reissue new Narcan every year. So if we're reissuing it, we might as well give the training. I don't want to steal any thunder, but our nurses program just has a great thing. They're having Narcan boxes that are going to have stations. So there's going to be a Narcan station where it's almost like a fire extinguisher. It's just put up there, it has a lid, and inside there's a Narcan thing. So not only are we carrying them on our person, a lot of people are carrying, all my monitors are required to carry it on person, but there's also going to be Narcan stations and all the nurses stations. So that's going to be fantastic. So
thank you.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah. Okay. This last section here, before I introduce our law enforcement, they want to speak to. This is just our organization. I just wanted to kind of map this out to show you what we have for Sunnyside. We start as myself, director security. I do have an admin assistant and a locksmith that work for me directly. We have the one district security officer that used to be Chris Higgins. And now he's been promoted up. And then we have security officers throughout that cover all my shifts. We start at 5 a.m. in the morning, 4:30, 5 a.m. This when people are starting to show up, so we're here, and then we're the last ones off around midnight. Our last guy stays on, so we at least have someone. There's a few hours in the evening, in the late morning, that nobody's on, but we're always on call. I have 32 security monitors from the 7th to the 12th grade. I have 14 campus monitors, the pre-K 6. And then next year I'm going to have 3 sub-monitors, which is going to be really nice for those, especially at the elementary level when there's only one person there. And if they call in sick, or they have FMLA, or they have a planned vacation, they have no one to fill them in. But now I'm going to be able to have a sub go fill them in, which will be nice. On the law enforcement side, we have 3 off-duty officers a day that are scheduled. So 2 at the high school, and I have 1 roving middle school officer. Sunnyside, Desert View, and then the new thing is the CSO at Challenger, and we'll talk about that in a minute. I don't know if some of you have already seen the video. And then I have also, there's 2 units dedicated to the schools, and I'll let Lieutenant Baca talk about that too. PCSO has a dedicated SRO unit. Some of you have met him, Deputy Camelot, and he will be assigned to our county schools. Well, he'll be here every day, which is nice. I'm going to play that video, Shane. I'll have to show you our CSO officer at the Challenger, and I'll let Lieutenant Baca explain the rest of that. Hi, it's Ryan Powell with the Sunnyside School District. I'm the Director of Security. And once again, I'm here to celebrate our great relationship that we have with the Tucson Police Department. The Tucson Police Department has provided us with a CSO, a Community Service Officer, Officer Mendoza. She helps create a safe educational environment for our students and provides many other services that the Tucson Police Department is going to be giving us once again. So it's a great day for us to be partners with the Tucson Police Department and keep our schools safe.
Hi, I am Alberto Baca. I'm a lieutenant here in our South Division. Really excited for the program that we're starting here at Challenger Middle School with our CSOs. I grew up in the South Side, in fact, down the street on Corona Road. I grew up in a small apartment here. My first job was in Ajo and Mission at a Southwest supermarket, so I'm really excited to be back in this division and contributing back and serving the community along with all the great staff that we have here in the South with the police personnel.
Hi guys, my name is Community Service Officer Mendoza with the Tucson Police Department. My duties usually consist of investigating burglaries, shoplifting, larcenies. Right now we're currently doing a community engagement with Challenger Middle School. We're trying to focus a lot of community engagement and try to build that positive relationship with the community, the staff, the students, and then also with the school. And I like working with the kids at this age because it gives me the chance to build a positive relationship and be able to help them make better choices.
We're really excited about CSO Mendoza participating in the program here at Challenger Middle School, where she's able to develop and foster relationships with some of the young people that are growing up in this community. And we're looking forward to see what the program does and how we can better assist Sunnyside School District going forward.
I'd like to introduce, that's all Katrina. That's all Katrina. You guys know Katrina. She did a fantastic job with it. This is Lieutenant. I'm going to let him speak to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So 2 hours I said I had, right? So good evening, everyone. First, I want to thank Becky Quintero, Superintendent Gastelum, all the honorable, sorry,
Go ahead,
you're good, governing board members, and then obviously Ryan Powell here for allowing me to speak just for a few moments to you about what we're doing on the police side. As the video stated, my name is Alberto Baca, AB for short. I'm a newly promoted lieutenant to Operations Division South, and I've served the department for almost 15 years now, and most recently I was a supervisor of the hostage negotiations team and our community network team for about 5 years. Spent some time downtown. If you would allow me just to make just a few qualifying statements before I talk about just some of the points that I'm making here, but I am a product of the Sunnyside Unified School District. I went to Chaparral Middle School way back in the 90s. None of your business, the date. And I attended Desert View for my freshman year. I won't tell you where I graduated from because that oftentimes gets me booze in some of the events that I speak at, but I graduated from Tucson High. I'm a proud Badger. But just like the video that I had mentioned, I grew up in a small apartment near Corona Road and Old Nogales Highway, probably familiar with that area. And my first job at 15 was at the Southwest Supermarkets there on Ajo Missions. It's no longer there. So never in a million years, when I was walking from my house to the Peter Pipers on 12th and Valencia, would I expected to be here in the position that I am. So it's a great honor for me. I'm excited to be serving as the commander of this division. There's some great personnel here in the division, and I speak on behalf of my captain, Mickey Peterson, who regrettably couldn't be here tonight. He wanted me to send his regards, but he's off in some training today, but he wanted me just to say hello to everyone. So I made that qualifying statement just to express how important it is for me to be back here, and also that I believe in the relationship between SUSD and TPD. Mickey always says, my boss always says this, he says that we cannot arrest our way out of all the problems that we have. So it's important for us to develop relationships, maintain those relationships so we can go forward. So I'd like just to discuss a few of the topics that are listed here as it relates to strengthening our relationship with the Sunnyside School District. We're currently piloting this Challenger Middle School project with CSOs in the school, and thus far we have received excellent feedback on that particular pilot endeavor. And although this program is still in its infancy, we're calling this assignment the Student Engagement CSO. And so similar to an SRO, the Student Engagement CSO program involves enhancing the safe atmosphere that Challenger through the implementation of various strategies like intervention, education, and things of that nature. So several CSO Mendoza are brought with me. If you could just raise your hand and say hello to everybody. Put her on the spot. But she is, yeah, she's doing a fabulous job. So we're really excited. She's doing just a great job there where she's at. But she serves, and several of her responsibilities include teaching law-related education and trying to promote a positive law enforcement image with students, parents, school staff, and the surrounding community. That's kind of what her responsibilities are. She serves as an ambassador and a liaison between the Sunnyside School District and TPD. She also provides kind of a visible criminal deterrent. We're careful with those words because obviously she's a CSO. She doesn't have certain arrest powers, but she does take a marked patrol vehicle and parks it outside of Challenger. So some of the things that we're looking at. She's able to quickly report any type of criminal activity or can request patrol assets or patrol personnel or even the Tucson Fire Department quickly via her department-issued radio. So in some type of an event of an emergency. Our expectations are high. In Ops South, we try to keep our expectations high. We expect her to develop, foster, and maintain those relationships, especially with the students. So we're excited about the potential of this program. Obviously, it's still a pilot, and I just need to make that clear. We're in the pilot stage of this program, and we'll be evaluating its success at the end of this year to see how we'll move forward with that. So, in addition to that program, just echo some of the words that Ryan was talking about earlier. Captain Peterson has dedicated Officer Nance to the Sunnyside School District. So she is dedicated to the district in addition to Officer Figueroa, but their primary focus remains and committed strictly to you and your students. That's what we've dedicated to the school. With that said, Officer Figueroa and I this year or during the summer will be evaluating and reviewing our school emergency plan to confirm that it aligns with and as it relates to our response and the safety with our schools. So, which leads me to my last point. And this is kind of a topic that we often talk about or at least train for, and that's surrounding active attacker, or formerly known, I guess, as active shooter. We've changed the verbiage to active attacker because that implies the person can attack with anything, right? But TPD, in concert with our regional partners, so like the SO deputies and some of the other smaller agencies that surround the Tucson area, we're participating in a joint regional critical incident response training. And essentially the purpose of this particular training is so that it places us all on the same level of training and response to a potential active shooter or active attacker. So we'll be all conducting this training, I believe, later on this year jointly with these various police departments so that in the event, hopefully this never happens, but in the event there is an active shooter and the response of various law enforcement agencies that will have similar training. So we're fortunate to have such a great relationship with Ryan Powell, your security director, and as long as I'm here in Operations Division Shell, I'll continue to work in concert with him to address your needs. So thank you very much.
Any questions? Ms. Hernandez?
I just want to say thank you so much for being here, and I appreciate the work that all your colleagues do. I think that it's obvious that you're an integral part of our community, and this is the beginning of a good relationship, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we're creating positive connections with the department, right? Because then when they get out into the real world, if they only have negative interactions, it's not going to go well for anyone. I'm just curious if you can talk about the types of training, if at all, when it comes to our resource officers and anyone involved in the school district. Speaking in terms of how to work with students, if there's any training that's culturally responsive, things of that nature, because obviously there's officers that have been in the district for a long time, but I'm just curious the training because I haven't talked about that.
Yeah, so it's unique, and I can't speak for all of the districts, and I'll speak from personal experience. Growing up in the district, my connection or my interaction with police was always positive, and that just goes to even back then, and I think the superintendent alluded to that, where the monitors were trustworthy and I could have that support. So I'll answer your question a bit, but I'm making this qualifying statement. So growing up here, I had positive contact with the police, and that's what made me want to become a police officer and serve the community, right? So it's a unique in Sunnyside, because I feel like a lot of our of the officers that are involved in security or involved with the schools have grown up in the community, and so that kind of gives them a unique perspective on how to deal with some of the issues and building those relationships with some of the students that we have, you know. So as it relates to training, a lot of this stuff is we set a high expectation to our officers, and a lot of the relationship building that we do even outside the schools applies to the de-escalation techniques, and the training that we provide our officers to deal with the public applies to our students as well. That when they come into these positions, they're given these lists of expectations, and we kind of hold them to those expectations. We can develop a training, but I believe they do a great job on responding to that now.
I'll answer a question. I know the box is new. Every summer, I do get we have a kind of a group of law enforcement that works here regularly. Our regulars, like Officer Figueroa and Officer Nance and Hermosa and Officer Pena. You guys are here all the time, so we do put together a 2-hour training for them. We cover topics like student boundaries, professional boundaries between students and adults. We talk about the de-escalation stuff, and we're not training the officers, but we just want them to know what we're training and showing them what we do. We do a complicit bias training with them, and we also do just some of those basic things, and student mental development and things like that. So it's the school district ourselves. I put on a little training. We're not training the officers. I forgot what we called it, because we couldn't call it training, because Sunnyside doesn't train police officers, but we want them. But we want them
professional
to be,
development.
Yeah, right. So we want them to be aware of what our policies and procedures and how we train our staff, and so they can kind of mirror that and support us in what we're doing too. So, and then they get all that same training too. And they're just like just speaking from my experience, law enforcement is a continued education thing. They have to maintain hours of training every year to maintain their certification, just like a teacher. So they constantly get training also.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? We just really appreciate you so much in the community and in our schools.
It's an honor.
You might graduate from Tucson High, but you're still a Sunnyside product.
That's right. That's right. I'm back.
That is true.
Thank you so much.
Very nice to meet you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted real quick. I just want to show you some hard stats, some hard figures that why this relationship is working. Every year I get our stats for the year. So our school year is over. 180 school days. So in the 180 school days, we had 860 calls to law enforcement, which is quite a bit. 300, and then they triage those calls, and they actually, whether they write reports or they act on them. So 300 out of those 860, 362 of them were actual case reports, which ended up in 49 juvenile arrests for the year. Those arrests, which I should point out that 0 were generated by TPD. So they don't come on our campuses and create work. All those calls, we called them and invited them into our system, which is super positive. And that's something that I really implemented. This is the second year we've been able to do that, and hopefully we can always maintain that. I don't want them coming into our campuses and enforcing rules. We have that. But they're here as a guest and as a resource for us. Those calls were, most of those calls you can say were mostly fights and injuries, mandatory reports that were required to report by law. We had a few, our narcotic drugs. Most of that's all vaping or vaping stuff, and it's mostly sales. We only arrest kids right now. We do interventions for possession, like with LPKNC and stuff. We don't make arrests, but we do. But anytime there's sales, kids are bringing on sales and they're selling this stuff as a business, that we'll make the arrest for sales. There's a lot of threats. You can see the weapons assault, a lot of it violence, and then you only had the false reporting. If you see that, we had 2 false reporting calls, and those, if we want to know, those are pulled fire alarms. And that's a 0 tolerance too. So if you evacuate our schools, it's just like locking down our schools. Even if it's a hoax, you're going to get consequences, law enforcement consequences. These are the numbers over the last few years. Hey, 18-19 was not my year. That was a year right before me. Okay. So just to make that straight. But you can see the calls in that year. We had 944 calls with 189 juveniles arrested in that year. That year, if you think that's more than 1 student a day that we were arresting in our community. We were doing that on our campuses. And that was before we had all these interventions and all those dialogues, like we're not in the business of arresting kids. We're going to handle this stuff and everything. The first year I was here, we dropped that to more than half, to only 11. What I'm saying is that out of 944 calls, 20%, so 1 in 5 students was getting arrested when they had contact with a police officer. That was the high. So we're down. We don't talk about 2021, and then 21-22. We were down to 33 arrests, 4%. So that's 1 in 20. So out of 20 times we asked law enforcement to report something, only it happened 1 time. We're up a little bit this year to about 1 in 18. But a lot of that, where we had 49 arrests, we're a little higher this year. But it's still good numbers. I'm really happy with them. 5% I think is probably going to be where we're going to be hanging out at as long as I'm here. It's just, I think that's probably an appropriate area. And so that's it. I just wanted to show those numbers to you. This is something I'm probably most proud of I've done in the last 4 years is not arresting our children. And so on top of everything else.
Mr. Hernandez has one question.
Yeah.
Did you have one? I don't know if you
well, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to say thank you too, because it takes a group effort and you're working with so many different groups and partners to try to make sure that we're taking care of our students and not just trying to criminalize them.
Mm-hmm.
So working with them to provide them resources. But I was just curious, with the number, what were the highest calls for? Do you happen to know just off the top of your head?
Most of our calls are mandatory reports. So these calls, mandatory reports means it's going to be a physical abuse, a sexual abuse, or a neglect case towards our kids. So those are a majority of our calls. A lot of them come from elementary, middle school, even the high school. And so when kids come in with disclose that they have an injury or are sexually abused or they're being neglected at home, we have to make those reports too.
Okay.
So that's a majority of our phone calls, and those are mandated by state, and we cannot.
Right. I was just curious. I appreciate it.
No
and
problem.
Thank you so much for your work.
Absolutely.
I was just going to say thank you and I was going to say, because coming back from COVID, students are still having trouble socializing.
Yeah.
And they're probably just trying to
I have
again.
a lot of theories on why it went up a little bit, and we could talk about that, but it's you're right. It's a lot of socialization stuff and a lot of training too. I mean, it's a different school.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a comment?
Oh, Mr. Jaramillo.
I'm not gonna go away that easy. No, I just want to say thank you for what you and your staff do, as well as TPD. Thank you for being on campus. It's refreshing to see all these bullet statements here, especially the ones that we're not in the business for arresting kids.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people have the misconception that we do. But a lot of these topics, Superintendent and I have had conversations on, as well as you. Thank you for what you're doing and the training to keeping our children safe on campus. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to end it by just thanking TPD and the partnership. A lot of districts don't have the same relationship that we have with law enforcement, and so we're very fortunate, that they're able to supply us with great individuals to serve our sites. Just 2 dedicated officers, 3 off-duty officers, and now the CSO. So want to thank Captain Peterson as well. He checks in with us, every couple every couple of months, probably more with Mr. Powell than he does with me, but, and we always, push him a little bit in terms of like, hey, we need more, right?
We do.
In terms of our middle schools, right? I mean, I think our high schools are well represented, and this idea of CSO at the middle schools came up. So I know it's a pilot, but we're hoping that, you know, it's permanent here pretty soon, and we'd like to have a couple more. So, but we'll have that conversation with them, and you know, our officers get involved with our schools on a daily basis. They're not there just, you know, as a presence. I mean, presence is important, officer presence, the police officer vehicle presence, but they interact with our students, and I know Officer Figueroa runs up to student council all the time, and I think he even went to the state convention in Bullhead City, giving up his you know, few days there to be with our students. So I want to thank them for creating those relationships with our students, and you know, that's investing in our community, you know, and so thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
We have our culture and climate survey trends.
Good evening. This is a little low for me, so good evening. I'm very excited to present to you tonight some highlights on the school climate survey. And as you know, measuring school climate is very important for us. It is actually linked to one of our superintendent's goals, goal number 4 on culture and climate, because one of his goals is the retention of staff. And if our schools have good culture and climate, then that leads to retention. So why are they important? They are important because they help us measure the perceptions of parents, students, and staff. And from the information we gather, we gather valuable feedback on the perceptions and what are we doing that is working well? What are we doing? What are those areas that we need to grow on? And so what I did for you is I collected across the board, looking at our district data, and I know that you will be looking individually at the data in your notebooks when you receive this from Mr. Castellum's goals. But from our parent climate survey, some of the trends we noticed, the areas of strength for our district that parents are telling us, this is what you are doing well. Parents feel that they have received information and about students making gain. They feel that students have made academic gains. They also feel that our schools are communicating in a language that they can understand. We make every effort to translate notifications, report cards, any information to our parents. The other thing is parents feel that their students, their children have pride in their schools. They're very proud of the schools they attend. Also, parents are very comfortable talking with their children's teachers, and that's very important for us because that's how we can't do this alone. We need the parents, and the parents need the teachers. Also, parents feel that they are well informed about how their students are doing in school, which is also very good for us and for our students. Some areas for us to grow, again, based on the perceptions for the community, is that parents being involved in making important decisions. Parents are not involved or feel that they're not as involved. So that's an area that we need to continue to work on. Also, parents receiving information about school-wide Title I programs. I know that we do a meeting at the beginning of the year at schools, but one of the things we talk with our administrators is maybe continuing throughout the year to refer back to those services and to how we spend our Title I funding, which is in support of our schools. The other thing is that students, this was a question that they asked parents, is if they know what the parent-school compact is. And so, again, this is a document that parents sign at the beginning of the year, but then we don't talk about it. So I think throughout the year, we need to continue to talk about that. The parent-school compact actually is a contract where the school specifically says this is our role, this is your role, and then what is the student's role in the learning. Next, I also gathered information on the teacher staff climate survey, and some of the areas of strength that came from our staff, and this is certified and classified staff as well, is that our staff feels that school goals are developed through a collaborative process with the school's vision and mission at the forefront. Administrators conducting walkthroughs and observations is something that our oh, sorry. Too fast. Sorry. There we go. They also feel that administration conducting walkthroughs and observations in classroom is something that is happening and taking place. Leadership teams engage with teachers in feedback conversations, which is again something that we want because we want to help our teachers grow. Principals are interested in and responsive to teachers' needs and staff needs. Principals confront problems with integrity and honesty. Areas for growth for us in this area with staff is constructive feedback. Some of our teachers are saying that they want more feedback and they want regular feedback that will help them grow. Understanding the role and function of site councils. This is something that I know a lot of our schools are working. Some struggle with site councils, but all of them this coming year have a goal of having strong site councils and communicating also to the staff how site councils work in support of the schools. The other thing that staff came back from staff is that schools need to have a process in place for identifying, reporting, and acting upon instances of bullying at the schools. Also, schools effectively handling student discipline and behavior problems. And I know that one thing that we will be doing this year in conjunction with our new assistant director, I forgot his title, Mr. Castell, Mr. Andy Townsend, Student Services. He will be looking at the discipline matrix to see how we can update it and better support of our students in discipline. And then from students, we heard right here some of the things that our students are saying that we are doing well, that our staff are doing well, is teachers expect students to do their best. So if our students believe that teachers want them to do well, then they will perform. That means we have high expectations for our students. Students also feel that teachers do a good job explaining what students are supposed to learn. Students are comfortable giving and receiving feedback, and this is a big one for us because we have been working with our graduate profile, with a lot of initiatives that we have in our district, and we know that students learn better from each other, not just from the teacher. So that was actually really good. Also, students know what they are learning in school and that it is important for their future, which is also very good for us to see. Areas for growth from our students, talking to administrators, and I'm not sure, some of our administrators were surprised when they saw that, and they said, is it because they come to us when they do discipline? So I think it's important that we work on administrators being there not just when there's discipline, but all times, getting to know students as to who they are. Also, students feel that they want to appropriately share information about themselves online and in person. And being that social media has become so important in our world, I think this is something that we can definitely help to educate our students on how to do better. Also, bullying is something that we will need to address because students are saying that they need to know how to respond to bullying. So that is something that I would like to work with Mr. Castellum on addressing at all of our schools, because overall that is something that came up as a concern. And then students feel that we need to teach all the students on how being nice to each other, regardless of how different they look or, different needs that they have. So basically, those are the results of the survey. These are our next steps. So every year when we do this, I meet with principals. And so I share the results. We look at strengths, areas for growth, and then they set a plan for the things that they would like to change. And I've already started my meetings with some principals, and some of them were not surprised. They know the areas that they need to work on.
Quick question.
Yes.
Did anybody ask a question?
After you.
I just, wanted to know how many schools had children participate in the climate surveys. Did they all participate?
There were
or-
2 schools that for some reason did not participate with student surveys. So next year we will make sure that all schools do this.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Ms. Hernandez, did
You had a question, Ms. Hernandez?
Not a question, just a comment. I think it's interesting that first off, thank you. I think it's great that we're even involving our students in the process because we can learn a lot from them. I thought it was interesting that one of their areas of improvement that they reflected they need help on is more guidance on their online behaviors.
Yes.
Because I just think it's fascinating that they recognize that, because if they know that they would like to learn about how to make sure that they're preparing themselves for the future, even when they're applying for any job, they can search your name and your entire history is public.
Exactly.
So I think that's amazing that they
recognize that.
Yeah,
I mean, we tell
that's
adults
great.
that be careful what you post on Facebook, Instagram, because it does come back. And,
I mean, yeah,
and our
yeah,
students recognize that.
Yeah, I think that's great. It was just a comment.
It is.
Thank you.
It's very interesting, actually. So something else that we ask principals to do is to review the results with their staff, that they share with their teachers, with their staff. What are parents saying? What are we saying? One school, for example, has been working very carefully on improving the friendliness of their front office staff, and it was good for the principal to see that the parent feedback is that they feel better now coming to the school. So that means what they're doing is working. We also ask school sites to develop plans for improvement on areas of growth, and it is part of the evaluation for principals as well. And then next year, something that Mr. Gastelum has asked is that we add a climate survey mid-year. Unfortunately, with the survey now, it's the end of the year. It's too late to make changes during the year. So Mr. Gastelum has asked that we do one earlier in the year. That way, if there are areas for growth, we can make adjustments during the year and then do an end of the year survey to measure our progress. So.
And are the surveys currently being sent out at the same time to students, staff, and parents?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And something that I think we do need to do, and I'm planning to do next year, is to keep progress. As the surveys are open, to be checking on schools to make sure we have enough responses from staff, from parents as well, because some schools, and you will notice when you see the results, have less than others. So next year, our plan is to keep track to make sure that as many people as possible, students, parents, and staff, respond to the survey.
And one last comment before you move on. I think when it comes to surveys, not just an organization as big as Sunnyside, is you collect the data and then you sit on it and then nothing happens. But I think what the example that you all are leading on is we're going to learn from the feedback we received and also at a mid-year, so we do have something in place. I think that's what's missing in a lot of organizations, and I think that's great. So thank you. Yeah.
No, I'm excited.
So I just want to add that, that's one of the reasons we talked about having a mid-year survey, right, to make adjustments along the way. And with this climate survey, although we've gotten it received it at the end of the year, we've gone over it and we're addressing those hotspots, with different sites, with different administrators, and it's to improve the situations at those schools, whether it be communication, the parent, students. I mean, we got to have these conversations. So those conversations are already taking place. We will get to all administrators and share their data in terms of each individual site. But I will share that those that we felt we needed to share immediately, those discussions are happening already.
The type of questions sort of coming up with.
Actually, we work on that with our directors and our curriculum and instruction. And then I also take feedback from staff, from parents, because one of the things that they told me, one of the administrators told me this is, so the responses are highly agree, neutral. And what I have been asked to change is that neutral one. That doesn't give us enough information. So what somebody said is, instead of leaving it as neutral, can you put not applicable to my position or not applicable to what you're asking me? Because that neutral one doesn't give us enough information. So that is a change that we're planning on making for next year.
And is there also an option to explain?
There are comments as well. Yeah, there's comments, and actually those are something that I also share with principals, because you can see trends in certain schools, and so we take that very seriously as well. And they're anonymous, so that parents, students, and staff are not afraid to say what they need to say.
One last thing, this is also helpful to make sure that we're, obviously, this is a group effort, we're trying to engage parents, teachers, staff. But the parent involvement is one that our community can really benefit from, and I know everyone's been a part of trying to figure that out. So hopefully, I think with this is some sort of, they'll feel that they're being heard, and also feel like they have a stake in, like, what they have to say matters to their children's education. And also on the flip side, for staff, hopefully some of the questions that are being asked, we can identify if we're on their way out, or going to leave us like mid-year, or we can find information.
Exactly.
That's why I asked what types of
if there are
questions.
issues, yes.
I think that's where, with the mid-year, we can figure out where people are, and if, so anyways, I think that's.
We want to catch it earlier before they leave us.
Correct, yes.
And you know, it's interesting because we look at the questions all the time. So you mentioned parent involvement, and one of the questions that I think we need to add, which we don't ask, and maybe they can answer in the comment section, is what are other ways in which you as a parent can get involved? Because we assume that parents get involved just because we do cafecitos or things like that. But what we need to hear from parents, what are those things that will bring them to the school?
Especially at the high school level.
Yes. And middle school, that area, that's where parents.
They're truly involved in it at the elementary level. Once you get to middle school and high schools, they're.
Yes.
I don't know why.
Something happens.
Yeah.
Well, the middle school kids say, drop me off at the corner and don't come into the school.
They're embarrassed of their parents coming to school. Not all of them, but.
How are these surveys conducted? Are they all electronically or?
Yes.
Okay.
They are electronic.
No, what if
And they are
somebody-
sent by Brad Arrow, like to parents, students, you know, they are administered at the schools, teachers give them out, but they are electronic surveys.
How receptive are the parents getting online and doing the surveys?
I think that's where our staff needs to do a better job in some schools. Our PSAs, our parent-student advocates, of calling parents and letting them know how important these are. Because we all get surveys, but if they know that their input will help us improve schools, I think that they will be more open to answering.
And we have to take into consideration as well that not only the parents are involved, but we have a lot of grandparents that are bringing up these children.
Exactly.
As well as guardians and whatnot. Youth on their own, I mean, how are we touching those folks?
Right.
As well.
Exactly.
So,
No, you're right.
but I just want to say thank you. Thank you for conducting the survey. They are important, but we just can't let them sit.
Exactly.
in
We
the
need to make
cabinet somewhere.
changes. Yes.
You know, we have to conduct some sort of continuous improvement.
Yeah, and I am happy that next year we're going to do one actually more at the beginning so that we can make those changes earlier.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A1. Discussion or consideration of employment, assignment, appointment, disciplining, or resignation of appointee or an employee of the district.
Second, with a 10-minute break in between.
Okay, roll call.
Mr. Bustamante,
Yes.
Ms. Hernandez, Mr. Jaramillo,
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mrs. Quintero.
Aye. Okay. 10 minutes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the appointment of Dustin Barr as Assistant Principal of Challenger Middle School for the 2023-2024 school year and be placed on grade A, level 1.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Bustamante,
Yes.
Ms. Hernandez. Mr. Jaramillo.
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mrs. Quintero.
Aye. Congratulations.
Okay, I'd like to make another motion to approve the appointment of Tiffany Mendibles Munoz as Assistant Principal of Billy Lane Lawfer Middle School for the 2023-2024 school year and be placed on grade A, level 1.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Bustamante,
Yes.
Ms. Hernandez. Mr. Jaramillo.
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mrs. Quintero.
Aye. Congratulations.
I'd like to make another motion to approve the appointment of Matthew Morita as Director of Business and Finance for the 2023-2024 school year and be placed on grade G, level 1.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Bustamante,
Yes.
Ms. Hernandez. Mr. Jaramillo.
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mrs. Quintero.
Aye. Congratulations. We need pictures. We can do pictures first? Pictures first. They can go back in.
Picture, thank you.
I something about documentation.
Take a picture, take a
Take a
picture.
picture.
I go to birthday party, don't take pictures.
Tell me about it. My kids would go like this. No pictures.
You didn't want to make a mistake.
Okay. And we need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A1, discussion or consideration of employment, assignment, appointment, disciplining, or resignation of appointee or an employee of the district.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Bustamante,
Yes.
Ms. Hernandez. Mr. Jaramillo.
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mrs. Quintero.
Aye.
That's the clock I look at.
There should be a rule if it's after 9 o'clock.
We didn't realize what time it was.
It says 7:30. All right. Do we have a motion?
We do have a motion, Madam Chairman. The governing board moves that the superintendent has reached 88% of the performance goals during the school year 2022-2023 as required under ARS 15-341A40.
Roll call.
Mr. Bustamante?
Yes.
Ms. Hernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Jaramillo?
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Quintero?
Aye.
Good job. That's a good one.
So,
That it?
suggestion for future agenda items, Mr. Jaramillo?
No, I think we should have some kind of discussion for reviewing our dress code or policy on, for high schools. And maybe taking into consideration uniforms. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Actually, I do. I would like to look into the, see what we can do to fix the problem on Desert View's entrance off of Valencia, especially during graduations. But if we could just look into the Department of Transportation and see if we can fix that traffic hazard, that would be very helpful. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Roll call?
Yes.
Ms. Hernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Jaramillo?
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Quintero?
Aye. You're good to go.
Good night. Thank you.